Hey everybody, getting ready to do another stream here. Tonight I'm gonna be doing game dev stuff. Yeah. Not quite sure what. I was thinking about maybe jumping into some retro Spaceball. It's been a while. I'd really like to show it to some more people, and last time I showed it, the build that I showed them still had a lot of issues that I know I've worked out, so I want to get that next build ready to actually be uploaded and updated. And I'm sure there's still some things that I'd like to fix before that happens, excuse me. Although I'm also really into Doom modding, as you might have known. That's what I've been doing quite a bit of, just like randomly. Also, still have artwork to do for Johnny Mangiro's dungeon crawler game, Mazion's 100. So there's things that I could be doing. Been spending a lot of time playing games on stream, so we're due for some game dev stuff. Having trouble talking. Anyways, I've got some tea that is well, I guess it's not tea yet. I got some water that's starting to boil on the stove top, so give me a minute to do that. There's an ad starting in 5 seconds, and then I'm gonna grab my tea and then we're gonna start streaming. We'll see in a second. All right. Welcome to the stream, everybody. As you can see, I have nothing set up. And that is totally fine. I've got my tea, so that's fantastic. My birthday is in a couple days on Thursday, so I'll be streaming on my birthday. Probably doing community night with Indiana Crones and the usual crew. I might do something earlier in the day also. I might just do like a all-day streamathon kind of thing. I don't know. I was kind of thinking about maybe doing something like last year where I did like VTubers for subs or something like that, but I have a feeling since I haven't like ramped up to that, like not gonna be a whole lot of people that know about it, so probably gonna be kind of a small thing. But yeah, I don't know. Still thinking on that. So, as far as the Doom mod stuff goes, I came up with like a whole bunch of ideas for like textures, mostly for switches. which I feel like a lot of Doom mods have like the same switches or like not a whole lot of switches. I feel like making like a wide variety of switches would be a good idea. But yeah, could probably start with Retro Spaceball, because if I start with the Doom stuff, I'll just keep going with that because it's so enjoyable and it's still so fresh and new. Oh, and Unity. It's been so long that I'm not even signed in. We take care of that. Oh, and here's that new track. All right. But yeah, I've been slacking on Unity stuff. I did spend some time a couple months ago learning the input system rather than the old deprecated input manager. It's confusing. Input system, input manager. You would think they're the same fucking thing. They are not. They're very vastly different. But yeah, I'm not like as well versed in it as like I should be at this point. I just learned it a couple months ago and I've already forgotten everything from it. But yeah, so a lot of the things that I fixed here were for Steam Deck to make it work in 16:10, so that way the text didn't like hang off the screen. This is Retro Spaceball, by the way, for anyone new. But yeah, I'm just making sure that I've got Indiana's lurk here. So yeah, a lot of things are probably pretty good, but there's a few major things that I wish that were different. So like, first of all, this thing shouldn't be on because there's nothing for it in the game yet. I started fucking with it, but not ready. I kind of wish that the game didn't start here. I kind of wish that it started on the first level and then you go here. Or like the first 5 levels. I almost feel like it needs 5 more levels at that point to make it all fucking work right, because I don't know. Like, these asteroid levels could very easily become like the first planet levels. I don't know where the fuck first planet is. Should be over here somewhere. There. Just invisible. I don't know why it's invisible. Let's check it out and see if it fixes itself. Oops. Sorry, distracted here. Alright, so I'm gonna shoot this thing, navigate the planet, and then we're gonna see if it, like, appears. See what the hell's going on with it. So as soon as we hit that, the cutscene happens. Hit the button. Oh, and it does. It just appears. So I don't know. That seems like it shouldn't be like that. Like, so let's fix that. So I think it's supposed to be like that. Let's make sure that it still works. I think I turned it off when I was changing how the graphics worked because it was looking weird, and then I fixed how it looked. Then I didn't put it back how it was. Alright, so that looks better. So another thing that I wanted to fix is that, like, if you, like, just fly off, it doesn't tell you that, like, you should, like, go back and, like, fight these enemies. Right? Because a lot of players, they don't read that shit. They're just like, destroy the enemies, okay. Oh, and it does. It says return to the planet. But the navigation's not there. Where are the enemies? And if we go real far away, return to the planet. So let's figure out how to make it point you back at the planet, because right now it's just telling you return to the planet. Like, yeah, I'm not sure where everything is at here. It's probably on the player. Navigation. Nav arrow. But why is it visible? Okay, so it's not in, it's there, it's just transparent, right? So we need to tell it to not be transparent when it does that. So I kind of have to remember or figure out what it is that's changing it to tell us to go back to the planet. And I kind of hope that if we, like, just pull up Visual Studio, it'll be there. I don't remember. So I think this is actually the right script. But yeah, I have no idea how we triggered that. I've completely forgotten. But I have a feeling that it's probably part of this planet, maybe? Like this, maybe this fine zone? No, there's probably some bigger zone. Because it happens when you go like way out here. It's always such a struggle working on this game because like the more time I spend away from it, the harder it is to jump back into it. Which is why it's important for me to try here. I feel like there's a location manager script object. I'm very heavy on managers. But I don't always put them in the best spot. Time manager. Input manager. Got the locations. Planet graphics here. And so maybe it's on the desktop. It's funny that it's still called a desktop game. I used to have like multi-platform managers, so that's why it says desktop, because there was a mobile one. But it could just be in this game manager. There. I really wish that I had like documentation for all of this shit. Okay, so we've got this return to planet. So we've got a thread to pull on here. Alright, so planet enemies. Exit being circles surrounding the planet enemy area. That gives me an idea. So we've got these enemy 2s, planet 1 enemies. And if we turn it on, they all have these big colliders. I was hoping there was like a single one. So the planet enemy script is on oh, there is a single one. It's just in the middle of it. It's kind of a mess. So this one here is what triggers this script to tell us that we should return to the planet. Now we need to make sure we remember to turn this thing off, because it should not be on. In fact, I'm gonna make that this thing, so that way if it's on, then it's red. That reminds me that I need it to be off. So we want to make the, yeah, here it is. It already says it right here. Show nav arrow and point at planet. So we need to figure out the script that does that, which I thought I had it open. It disappeared. Got navigation arrows, and nav arrows off. Not sure. So I think we want to call one of these on navigate to planet 1. I think that's what we want. So we should just be able to call the action. And honestly, I love C# actions for that simplicity. Like, I already made the action that makes you navigate to planet 1, so all I need to do is like call it where I need it, and that's really sweet the way that it's easy to do that. But also it can be kind of confusing to have all of these actions, not know which ones do what. You kind of have to like search for what they do. But I feel like that arrow will be helpful. So let's check to see if it works. Make this. So we've got the arrow there now, telling us where to go. We go to the planet, which is there again. Now we're leaving the enemy zone. It says return to planet. So, for whatever reason, the arrow is still transparent. So we need to figure out what makes it not transparent. And it's not that script, so it's probably that other one that I was looking at. So now this one doesn't have, oh, it has actions, but only for on teleport check true, on teleport check false. And I learned recently that you can send booleans through actions, but since I learned that recently, all of this stuff looks funny to anyone who knows how to properly use actions, I'm sure. But hey, if it works, it works, right? It's just redundant to have to do it twice. But we've got this here, explorer control, script, nav, arrows, turn on. So it's gotta be in this here. Let's see if this has an action set up for that. It's got an action for the thrusting particles, but it doesn't have it for the navigation arrow. So my assumption is that I just never like refactored that into an action. Let's find it. Huh. Alright, so it's probably in the update. Yeah. So if we link this script, that works, but you don't want to link scripts. I learned that the hard way. If you link too many scripts, it takes forever to compile and it's spaghetti code. So what we want to do is to make we're going to refactor a bit here to make a action that handles that. That way we can access that action from anywhere in the game without having to link it to this script. Right, because this navigation arrows, it doesn't have any scripts attached to it, which is good. You don't want to link scripts as variables because that has to like recreate another script basically when it compiles. It can be a mess if you do it that way. Like I said, I learned it the hard way. It was taking me like an hour to compile, and that was every time I touched the code. If I hit save, it took an hour, and I was so sick of waiting that I had to figure out why it was doing that. Turns out, because of my own poor architecture. Alright, so just like this, we're gonna make a new action for it, but I've been putting all of my actions in one script, which is kind of not the best, I'm realizing. Actually, I think there might be different scripts for actions. But yeah, apparently you can make a whole bunch, but you just have to like keep track of them. But if I go to my scripts folder here, and main scripts, I've got this actions one, which has like just a fuck ton of actions, right? Which is, I don't know, it's not terrible, but it's not great. Like, cause like, I mean, they're you know, sorted by script, right? Which makes it a little bit easier. I can find my player control script. I think that's what we were fucking with, right? Or no, player explore script, right? So, and then I just need to make I'll just keep going with this whole true and false thing because I don't feel like figuring out how to do that correctly. And if it works, it works, right? So on what are we gonna call it? Nav arrows off. Nav arrows turn on, nav arrows turn off. Alright, so now we've created those actions. Pretty simple names. So now we need to make public scripts or public functions to handle that. And I'll just throw it at the top here. We've got nav arrows turn off, nav arrows turn on. And these are going to be really simple functions. We're just literally going to change a boolean. Find it here. Yeah, so it's just going to be these. Alright, so for turn on, we want this to be true, and this to be false, and then this one can be this how it is, right? So that means if we call this action, it turns on, nav arrow turn on, and it turns off, nav arrow turn off, right? So because if on is on, then it turns it on. If off is on, then it turns it off. But you can only have one or the other. It's set up pretty stupid, but I don't know. It's explicit at least. There's no way to fuck it up. But yeah, if we go down to the update, you can see oh, that's the fixed update. Somewhere in here. Well, shit. I swear we were just looking at it. Is it this one? Oh, it is this one. Well, that's okay. We can still call it from here, and then we don't have to change that at all. We do need to add the actions here. Although it's a little bit weird that it has an S there, because there's only one nav arrow, so let's remove that. Oh, that is wrong. This one is gonna be off, and this one and then we'll just copy these, drop them at the end, change the plus, minus, sorry, it's a little bit hidden here, minus. Alright. Yeah. So now when we call this action from anywhere in the game, it calls these functions, which change those variables. And then if those variables are changed, as long as this script is active, it's constantly looking, or not this one, this one is constantly checking to see if they're on or off, which honestly isn't the best way to do it. But it has to constantly check. So I mean, you could set it up so that it has like one boolean and it checks to see if that boolean is there before it runs during the update. But if it's gotta run during the update, then it's gotta know when to run, right? Although there's probably a way to do it through like a loop and then just only make that loop active when the functions ran. So it's definitely not the most optimized way to do it. But yeah, it's just running a couple checks every frame. So it's not the end of the world, but yeah, it's definitely not the most optimized way to do it. Alright, so now that we've got that, we want to go back to our planet enemies thing and so we do need to check to see if it's at if we haven't killed the planet 1 yet, right? Because this will have to work for every planet. And right now it's only going to navigate to planet 1. So we might actually be okay without this, because it will still have remembered the last planet you navigated to. So we can just say actions on nav arrow turn on. And then I believe the planet is still set up to turn it off when you get close. So I don't think we have to worry about turning it off. Let's find out. Alright. Make this bigger again. So we've got our nav arrow, it's pointed at the right planet. Button, skip it, the nav arrow goes away. And now we're going to leave the enemy circle. It does return to planet. Why didn't it, you saved it, right? You did. And so if we go to our nav arrow, no, we need to go to the player control, the player explore control. And we need to look at, It didn't seem to do what it was supposed to do. So like clearly it works if you tell it to do it, but if for whatever reason it didn't work. So actions, you know what? I don't think we finished. Oh, I don't think we saved this, first of all. Yeah, maybe that's just it. We didn't save it. Saved one of the scripts, but not the other. Try it again. But yeah, the last person I showed this to was still pretty impressed. Hey, look, the arrow's there, so it's working now. Oh, and it went away. Alright, so now we need to check to see if it's working for all the planets. And I don't have a good debug way of like skipping levels at the moment, so we'll just have to play through the game a little bit. I'm gonna go to the start of the game. Now, the music has been shutting off, so I'm just going to turn it off preemptively. And that's something that I should probably also figure out, is why the music is shutting off, because I think I figured it out. I think I like moved some things around and then it like doesn't know where things are at, and then it hits the end of it thinks it hits the end of the playlist, but there's still more, but since it thinks it just ends there. So the Return to the Planet works. Probably make it so the asteroids don't like hit you while you're in the planet. As you can see, they're getting pretty close to me there. Anyways, let's beat this level and see if it works on the next planet. But yeah, for the next update, I kind of want to turn off story mode just for like testing, because the arcade mode is like more important. And like if I make a demo of the game, it'd probably just be the arcade mode. I don't know. Unless I can figure out how to get the open world part to be like actually pretty like polished. Alright, so now we're gonna go to the next planet. We'll teleport to the space station zone. We're gonna navigate to the next planet. And I really wish that the arrow blinked there to let you know, like, hey, this is, or maybe just automatically switch you to planet 2. Right, so now I'm gonna leave the enemy zone here. And yeah, so it's still pointing at the right planet, so that works. What I wanted to test. This thing is dumb too. Like it's supposed to teach you how to use the boost. And players will get past it and still not use the boost. They just don't realize how useful it is. Oh, I died. Doesn't happen very often. At some point, I did make everything just a little bit tougher because it felt like it was just too easy. And like, that's fine for like the first 5 levels, but like, if you play through 10 levels and you don't have any trouble whatsoever the first time that you played the game, maybe it's too easy. I almost died again. Like, I want players to think that they're good when they first pick it up. Because that's something that kind of irks me about modern game design, where like, especially with roguelites, where the game is just like way too hard. It's like, oh, well, gotta get good. Like, the first level you can, you know, kind of handhold or like, you know, show people how to play a little bit, or at least let them feel like they're getting somewhere before you like drop them into the deep end, you know? But if you don't drop them into the deep end soon enough, they're gonna just assume the game is too easy and get bored before, and like stop playing before they realize like the challenge, right? So I think there is like some nuance to that, making sure you get the balance just right of challenge and difficulty and preventing boredom. Luckily, with this game, I feel like the action of the ball just moving around the screen is enough to keep you from being bored, even if you're not dying, right? At least for the first 5 levels. After that, it's like, okay, where's the challenge? I'm just bouncing this ball around. But then, you know, there's more mechanics, more enemy types, you start taking more damage. And I really need to do stuff with this level. Those bouncer sprites, I don't know. They're at a different pixel density than the rest of the sprites, which has always kind of bothered me. They were one of the earliest sprites of the game. They look cool. I like the colors, but the resolution is different than all the other sprites, so it's like this whole like Mixels thing I'm not proud of or very fond of. And then the boss on this level was, you know, cool when I first made it, and it's gotten some iterations to make it cooler since, but it's just not a good first boss. It's not big enough, it's not scary enough, also it doesn't make any fucking sound effects. It doesn't feel like a boss, it feels like a mini boss at best. And it always kind of was supposed to be a mini boss, except that it's being used as a boss, so like it's not a great mini boss. Be better if it was an actual boss. And it does play boss music at this point in the game. But it doesn't feel like a boss battle. I mean, I watch people die on it, and it can be challenging for people. Also, I feel like these bouncers don't really work the way they used to. Something broke on the bubble piston, I call them. The ones that like shoot the ball. Something happened where they don't suck the ball up anymore. They'll still hit it, but they don't like hold it into place. You need to be like way more just right to get it to do that. I'm not sure what happened there. They dropped the ball, quite literally. That one looked funny. Also, what the hell's going on? Got those like weird sparkly bits. The animation ended on the last frame, and the last frame just kind of stuck there. So there's like little puffs of smoke that are on their last frame. It just stopped there. Oh, we should check to see if it tells us to go back to the planet. It does, okay, so that's good. So at least it gives players more instruction, because they were literally like not figuring out what to do, and then they'd wander off and it wouldn't tell them what to do. That menu is messy. But honestly, I feel like I should be like taking better notes here. This thing looks bad during the pause menu. Alright, so bubble pistons not grabbing ball. Planet 3 UI is floppy. Planet 3 explosion is sloppy. Audio playlist cuts off. How do I say this? The tutorials, right? So yeah, tutorial enemies explosion are old. The sprites are new, but the explosions are old. No SFX for turret boss. Turret boss doesn't look like a boss. Yeah, I don't know how to fix that, to be honest. I already iterated the art. I feel like maybe it just needs more like background art. So we'll just do like EG art, question mark. Because if I make the turrets bigger, they're just gonna take up more space, which is gonna fuck with the design and not actually help. But I don't know. Maybe more turrets would be a good thing. So what we'll do is we'll make them like that. We'll say side turrets question mark, because like if we had like just more, that would do the same thing as them being bigger, right? And then we could have them just like stop working, because there's only 2 weak points. So we could have all of the ones on the right stop working when you blow up the right weak point, and all the ones on the left stop working when you blow up the left one. So that might improve it. I don't know if it will be done at that point. It's the first boss. Honestly, I kind of feel like there should be something better that's bigger and more like wow factor, because it's going to be on the demo, right? And the demo should be like full of wow factor. I think of the first boss in Contra 3. Total fucking wow factor, right? Like it fucking blows up the building, and then it's got like this head that like shoots out at you, and got moving parts all over. It's got like 3 or 4 different places it attacks from. I think it has like a weak point that's like a heart, an exposed heart. It's just like, it's gruesome, it's ugly, it's cool. It's not the world's most difficult boss because it's the first boss, but it gives the appearance of it being a difficult boss. And that's all that really matters for a first boss. It doesn't have to be super hard. It just has to look like, oh my god, this is a fucking boss. And just enough to get your heart pumping. Even if you're smart enough to realize, oh, I can just stand here and shoot, and then if something comes my way, I jump up and shoot, and then if something goes there, I drop back down and shoot, and then it's dead, right? Because that's essentially the strategy for that boss. But you know, 7-year-old or like 8-year-old me or whatever was like running around with my, like a chicken with my head cut off because I was just freaked out by this fucking crazy looking demon turtle thing. Alien turtle. I fucking love Contra. It's so cool because they're like, all right, it's aliens, but they don't have to look like any one thing. They can just be like completely different. And like, so all the bosses, some of them are robots, some of them are aliens, like some of them look like fucking face huggers, some of them look like fucking insects, some of them are more robot than insect, some of them are more like humanoid, some of them are more fucking mutant. Oh, and then the pause menu. So yeah, if we move this up so it's against the top of the screen, it won't look bad. I kind of like that it tells you how much shield you have. But also, pause menu stars are old. And they are old as fuck. These are like the original stars that I made for the game. It should be like those twinkle stars like in the start menu. Oh. So we will return to game. Yep, there we go. Also, wait a second. Thought it was shooting. I kind of feel like the lava should be bright, even though it's against the dark, but I don't know. The whole fake pixel lighting stuff is pretty weird. Like, it should be kind of like glowing, but it should also be kind of illuminating the stuff that's around it, which would make it not dark. But if it's not dark, then it doesn't look like the walls enough. I love when that. It doesn't happen all that often. Like, it has to have like just the right momentum to like catch it and not drop it. So yeah, the best score and best time are messed up on some of the newer levels. They aren't even that new anymore. And there is a Brick Breaker fest coming up, which Retro Spaceball is going to be a part of, but I don't think I'll have the demo up by then. I don't know, I'd like to. And honestly, it's getting closer the more I fuck with it, but yeah, it would be nice to have it, like, fully polished. Someone actually just donated for Retro Spaceball just the other day, which is pretty cool. Bye, Lizard. Thanks for checking in. Hope you're doing well. Hey, you got first. Record. A new record. Finally. Oh, stay up there. Jeez. Hope you had fun playing Helldivers. Or are still having fun if you're still playing. Yeah, these pistons not working makes the whole thing not as fun. I think I should probably fix that next. Yeah, I hit it. Again. I get it? I got it. Yeah, because normally these things just kind of send it to the end. But right now they're just dropping it all over the place. Not telling me to destroy the enemies. Watch them catch on fire. Fly straight into the sun. You can push them into the sun also. And again, the arrow. Huh. Bugs were respawning invisibly. Also, they weren't making a sound effect when we got him. Maybe put that on a separate one. They don't actually have a sound effect, so that's why they're not making sound, but they definitely should. They've been in the game for fucking like 6 years. So, does the level enemies should teleport away? I don't think I've hit it yet. This gravity circle definitely makes the boss easier. It doesn't really tell the player how to use it, which is kind of not great. So you can put the ball into the wall there. Now there is only 2 zones for it, but you should be able to go to the second one. I wasn't sure it was gonna load there, and then it loaded the wrong level. It went to level 3? That's kinda weird. Alright, so we have a lot of issues now. Some of these buttons aren't linked anymore, and that's because I changed the names of it. but some of them are still linked. But the levels are broken. This is because the physics are the old physics. You can tell because the ball's not animated and the got like little white circles to show where it was hit, which it used to have back when it used to function that way, because it used to give it different forces based on what side of the ball got hit. So there's lots of issues with that. But yeah, let's figure out what's going on with the bumpers. So we'll go to, I think it's level 10. Yeah. Let's see if we can't figure out what the fuck is wrong with these damn. So they're all prefabs. So we should just be able to fuck with one of them and have it fix all of them. Let's just figure out what the fuck's going on. Alright, so we got the collider, got a bumper zone turned off. Because they used to be, everything used to have 3D physics, then I was just using 2 dimensions of it, and now it's all using 2D physics. So we've got the circle collider 2D, it's the ball bouncer, it's got this physics script on it, the bumper 2D script. So that does the animation, does the sound effects, and that seems to all be working. But it's not grabbing it. Take a look at what this does. Okay, so all this does is keep track of what it is. Oh, alright, so the bumpers are working. It's not the bumpers we're worried about, it's the fucking bumper piston. Right? And the bumper pistons are actually enemies That's why they're turned off at the start. Because they have to like wake up in order to function properly. So they're grouped within the enemies. So there's this. See all the enemies pop up. But it's funny because these are enemies too, but they don't need to be turned off apparently. So they work fine, but the bubble pistons, they do not. Alright, so let's take a better look at the... So we've got this zone. Bumper bubble grav 2. So we take a look at it. So yeah, this is the reason why it has to happen after the start, because it finds the pinball when it enables, but the pinball is not on the screen at the start of the level, right? So if it starts before the pinball, it doesn't find the pinball. That's an issue. But it waits for 5 seconds and then finds the pinball. And it does it with that. So let's make sure that the pinball is called that, because I'm not sure that it is anymore. Oh no, it is. It's called pinball. It's also tagged pinball. Okay. Unless there's another pinball. Could be another pinball. Let's test the level and figure this out. Oh no, the old pinball is called old pinball. Right, so it is indeed that pinball. So when the pinball enters the pinball switch hitter tag, pinball piston grav 2D script in bubble grab equals false. Oh, that's when it exits. So when it enters, it equals true and it calculates the vector. So piston grav 2D script. That's what we want. This gets turned on after. That way it doesn't block the ball. Rotate. So where is this piston gravity? Got bumper bubble gravity. Pinball piston gravity 2. So the script does exist. but I don't see it on the actual object. It exists because it's linked to it, but it's not popping up when I click on it. Almost like it needs to be linked. Except that it doesn't exist, but it does. Oh, it's on the pinball. Okay, okay. But I don't see it. Oh, look at this. It's saying there's a compile error. But this is saying that there's no issues found. Go into prefab mode. But why the fuck is it telling me that it's not valid? That's real weird. I'm gonna look this up. Oh shit, there's 3 L's in the name. Is there supposed to be 3 L's? That's real fucking weird. Maybe if I fix that, it'll go away. Well, that didn't fix it. Oh, look at this. It's got a lowercase e. This one has an uppercase P. So now I lost all of my variables. Looks like 50, but I don't know. We're gonna have to test all this stuff again. I don't know what gravity speed means. That would be that. And the gravity target would be that as well, I want to think. I don't know, let's see what happens now. Trying to grab the pinball, but it's moving around. Apparently the the grab speed needs to be faster. Hey, look, it's working now. Can't believe that was all because of a spelling error or a capitalization error. I don't even know how that got changed. Uh-oh. It did something weird there. Still drops it on occasion, but for the most part, it does a pretty good job. It also kind of like snaps it into position. I feel like we should fuck with this a little bit more. It's still like just snapping it into place. Which, like, works okay, it just doesn't look great. Don't kill it. Still snapping it into place. Well, that doesn't work at all. But when I had it at 3, it was like too slow. But now it's not. So maybe it has to happen at the start for it to actually make a difference. So that seems... So the grav speed is a multiplier. Which ends up affecting its velocity. So the grav delay time is how long it stays, the gravity stays off. So basically it's just multiplying the velocity and normalizing it. It's turning off the gravity, waiting for 0.6 seconds to turn it back on. Wait, but what is this number here? Doesn't it looks like it's not even using that. It's like I was doing that and then I stopped doing that. So this bubble grab off doesn't even do anything. It's all of this one. When I broke the script again. What do I do now? Oh, that killed me. Far away from it. Oh yeah, but that's not working properly. I don't know, it kinda is, but it's also kinda... Now it's like, it's waiting too long to turn the gravity off too. Because it's launching it, but it's like floating. Oh, there I am. So it actually changes the arc a little bit. What if we just set it to 0? So you can see it start to drop for like a split second. So I think 5.1 is probably the best setting. Okay. Where the hell is... Alright, so we'll apply these. And then we want to make sure that the enemy's too off. And that should fix it for all the levels. Of course, it only uses them in 2 levels. Let's just double check on the other level. Looks like it's working. Well, that's good. Oh, it does use it on more levels than this. It uses it on the sand level. But hey, at least they're all working now. I'm still a little bit like confused about how I fucked up the spelling of it. But hey, it's working. We fixed it. Alright, so let's mark that off. Just put a X there. I kind of like having it on the list, at least for a little bit, so I can feel good about having done it, right? Sorry, just give me a second here. Cool. So yeah, that's cool. We fixed that. Got this nice list here. The audio playlist cutting off is kind of important too, because people like the soundtrack and then it just cuts off. Like, that's not fun. But I think it has something to do with the fact that there's like one song in the soundtrack that shouldn't be played during the playlist. I think it like gets to that and then it like fucks up. I have no idea where the fucking script is for. Probably in audio scripts. BGM class. I don't know. Let's go to the start scene where the BGM manager is. Because the BGM manager is actually a singleton. Not quite sure. Oh, this must be for the audio spectrum thing. So probably handled in this, right? Pretty big script. Most of this stuff I wrote years ago. Kind of wish it had the dates. Go to next track on list. That's probably where the issue's happening. let's see if we can force it into fucking up by using the next track button. I'm gonna turn off my background music in the stream. We'll go to the options menu. We have this BGM listen button. That's kind of not intuitive, but you can change the tracks that way. But instead of doing that, let's go to... Get out of this. Hey Westlow, thanks for checking in. Hope you're doing well. What are you up to this evening? You're good? Awesome. Glad to hear it. Playing some Overwatch at the moment. Okay, cool. I hope it goes well for you. I've never actually played Overwatch. I played Deadlock, and that's probably the closest I've come to something like that. The hero shooter. I only played Deadlock once though. It wasn't bad. I just never played it again. All right, so I've got this fancy next button. And look what it's doing. It's already fucking up. Then it just stopped. Oh no, because I clicked off of it. BGM tracks and container. Current track in X. Failure int. I think I put that failure int as a debug tool. You want to open Deadlock again? I'm hosting a shooter raid train in a couple weeks. That still has some slots open if interested. Oh, I don't think I could make a whole stream out of playing. I'm not very good at it. I don't have like anyone to play with on it, and I appreciate the offer, but not super interested in doing a whole stream of just getting killed. Like I do like playing Helldivers. That's kind of a shooter, and I like playing Doom. That's a shooter. That would work too. Well, I mean, Doom might be fun. I've actually been thinking about playing some Doom mods on stream. Helldivers is fun too. I do have friends that I play Helldivers with. Well, send me a message about it on Discord so that way I have it. Never actually played Doom, just sat there getting dust on the playlist. Oh, I love Doom. And recently I bought it on Steam. Like I have it on Switch, and I had like the old PC version, but I didn't have it on Switch, which makes it easier to like play cross-platform and stuff. But yeah, it's actually pretty dope. Like all the new features it has. It's got like really good co-op and deathmatch. You can have 16 people in a lobby. It comes with a whole fuck ton of mods that are like Bethesda supported mods, and then you can also download a crap ton through Bethesda on Steam, right? But if you want to take it a step further, you can use what they call the WAD file, like the original game data and put that into what they call source ports, which is like using the source engine to rewrite the Doom engine. These modders have been doing this for decades now. It's probably one of the oldest, biggest mod scenes around. Like, it's still a big mod scene, but it's probably been around longer than any other mod scene. Like, I'm sure there was mods that existed before it, but Doom was one of the first games that was like supportive to the mod scene, and it really helped it grow. And like, it blew up, and it's never really faded. I mean, it's definitely had ups and downs. It's not as popular as it was when Doom first came out, etc. But there's still people making stuff for Doom constantly. And the engine is still being used to make modern games, which is really cool. Anyways, yeah, I definitely recommend Doom. I'm a fan of it. So if the thing is not playing, it should go to the next track on the list. And then it does the failure int, which is that number that was going crazy, right? Yeah, the failure int's going nuts. So going to next track on list, if shuffle. So it's not actually shuffle. If track list, so that's where it is. It's not the bug boss, not credits, it's not the hub world. Then it does this stuff. BGM class list, BGM tracks. So it is using that BGM class list. Maybe that's got something to do with it then. Because I probably just added a bunch of music and then didn't realize that I had to fuck with something else. So I think this actually makes the spectral analyzer thing. Which again, I wrote fucking 2021 or 20 or something like that, so it's been a while. But then this one, it just keeps track of the audio clip and if it's played. So this is a bunch of other stuff for the audio thing. But this has a sprite renderer, so it's gotta be part of that. But this is turned off. But yeah, that's because we think it's part of this spectrum. But then what is its issue? This. I think yeah, that's the issue, is that there's just a missing fucking track. Well, no wonder it's not working. Let's go into our BGM folder and just figure out what the hell's going on. So this is track 1. This is track 2. Track 4. But what one aren't we using? Okay. So there's 24 elements. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 12, 13, 4. But there's... This is like a duplicate. Also, they're both in there. They're different. Oh, wait. They're very different. Have the same name except for the part 2. What the hell is this one? Why is it so... It says 0 bytes. Really weird. Maybe that's why it's freaking out. So 7/19/21 Ren 6. Probably on this playlist. I've definitely thought this was in the game at some point. It's so weird that it's just all of a sudden 0 kilobytes. Well, open it up. That is the issue. Because now it's there. Somehow that one track got corrupted. Probably when I like moved the project over or duplicated the project or something. That's really weird. But hey, that should fix the audio issue. I guess we should probably test it. I clicked off. Yeah, I guess the easiest way would just be like to click through the playlist again, because that broke last time. Well, that song is there, so that's good. And debugging Unity is such a trip. Like, it's so difficult, especially when you first start making games. But like, the longer you fuck with it, like, the easier it gets to like just figure it out, right? Just have to like go through one by one what the possible solutions could be, what the possible issues could be. And eventually you find it, hopefully. There's definitely been games that I couldn't figure out the bugs on, though. Like, there was this bug in Little Screamies that shipped, and it only happens, like, a fraction of the time, and it happened on someone's stream, or on their YouTube video. But, like, 99% of the time, it doesn't happen. And when it happens, we couldn't figure out any evidence of why it was happening. And it's the stupidest thing. There's like this computer that you have to access to open a door. And when I designed it, I just made it so you walk next to it and it automatically does the computer. I was like, you know, easier is better kind of thing. Like, why would the player want to have to actually access the computer to, you know, you just want it to open the door, you just walk next to it and make it open the door, right? You know, change the screen on the computer, but like just automatic. Well, one of the other devs wanted to like make the computer more computery, so they made it so you access it and you have to hit a button on it. And then, so now all of a sudden is like, well, let's do that on the other one too. And I was like, all right, you know, go ahead. And they did it, and after that, it never worked, right? And we never figured out why. Probably because there's 2 different people working on it. But, yeah. Anyways, we figured out that bug. There is an ad starting in about a minute. So I'm gonna use this opportunity to take a little break. And let's mark that off. I'm glad we figured that out, because that was kind of like in the back of my head pissing me off. Alright, but yeah, I'm gonna start the break a little early. It's like 40 seconds until the ad break, so nothing crazy here. I'll BRB. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Seagoat, welcome in. Hey, thanks for those bits. Appreciate it. That's playing art. Cool, cool. Everyone should check out Seagoat. I haven't yet. Awesome artist. Gamedev. Pixel artist. Awesome person. But yeah, thanks for the lyrics, Seagoat. Appreciate it. Alright. So I'm gonna save this. And let's take a quick look at the list here. I don't know if we're gonna continue. Might switch gears here. You know, maybe we'll take a quick look at this mech bug issue. Sounds like it could be an easy one. So what probably happened was, when I converted the physics, I probably overlooked something stupid. So this seems to be like an issue. There's no enemy on there. If you open it up, definitely should have an enemy. So it looks like it's commented out. That's a little weird. Because I've got it set so it could be using 2D or 3D physics. Rather than just like making a new script, I just put an else statement in there. But it's not regenerating the enemy. I'm not sure why. We've got MechBug 2Ds. Take a look at these. Funny, they still have the pickup game object. Back when the game first started, when I first started making the game, the enemies used to drop the pickups. So how does this work? It makes this active from the pool. So there should be a pool of them. I don't know where the pool is at. Poop. Got a physics 2D pool. Got enemy shots. But it's a bullet pool. Pretty cool. Enemy. My guess is that I never finished this. Because I normally don't need to pool the enemies. Because normally they're not just generated. But in this case, they are. But they were never added to the pool. Which I've lost. Here we go. Physics 2D bullet pool. Alright, so it's using a physics bullet pool. Screw. But the enemy generator is using the object pooler. So here's the object pooler. There's the MechBug 2D. So my guess is the MechBug 2D doesn't have anything to tell it to like reset it here somewhere, right? So it sets the explosion off and the hit particles off. Oh, there is a regen function. But the regen function's not being called. So my guess is that it needs to get called here. That will, of course, do it on enable, but all this stuff should be happening on enable, and then the explosion would be happening twice, but that's not the end of the world. Let's just see what happens if we do that. Don't kill my ball. Uh-oh. Whoa. Oh wait, that was the explosion. So the explosion doesn't deparent, so that looks pretty ugly. But they seem to be respawning properly now. But yeah, they could really use some more love or polish, because all of the other enemies, the explosion actually is on its own pool, or its own pool item, so it generates an explosion rather than well, it doesn't really generate, well, it pools the explosion, right? So that way it's not instantiating anything, it's just like turning it off and on. And instead of having each enemy have its own explosion that it has to parent and reparent, it just pulls one from the pool. But those explosions are like so primitive. But it's generating them now, so we fixed the major issue. Trying to cheat. Working. Alright. Off the gravity. I think it can. We'll just freeze the position. About that. So it still reacts to the player, and now it's just generating enemies. Two are stuck together. So it has a limit of 20. Don't actually see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17. But it says there's 20. Is it gonna generate anymore? So I think right now it's set to only generate to 20 and then stop. But the original plan was to have it track how many were on the screen. And when there was less than 20, it would generate until there was 20. But yeah, the way that I would have done that back in the day would have been to like use the script as a variable, which is exactly why my architecture was shit back then. But now I would use a C# action to every time that one of these dies, then it would deplete from that list. It's really not that important because this enemy is only in this level. It's one of those enemies that I was like, oh, this will be a good reusable enemy, and then I just never reused it. However, I could reuse it. I could, if I made them look better and gave them more of a purpose, I could even increase the number because, like, they're not very optimized right now, but they could be more optimized. Like right now, they just randomly choose a direction and then they sit on one direction for like a few seconds and then they randomly choose. And I wanted them to look jittery, like a bug, right? So that's why they kind of like have this June bug thing going. And then they just randomly choose, like, I'm gonna go this way for at least a few seconds, or for a second and a half, or whatever. And it's like a randomized move time. But they are actually, like, fairly optimized. I mean, I had a whole bunch of them on the screen. Granted, my computer is fucking fast as hell now, so it's not really great for checking to see if this is optimized or not. But the frame rate hasn't dipped. It is sending a warning every frame. But that's actually because of these things. I should probably put that on the list. So yeah, I could put like a whole bunch of them on the screen for another level. And there's only 2 levels on this planet, and there should be 5. So that's actually not a terrible idea. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm gonna do that right now. Oh! Indiana Crones! Welcome in. Hey, thanks for the raid. How's it going? How was the dungeon crawl? Last playing Barony. Ooh. Everyone should check out Indiana Crones if they haven't yet. Give him a follow. Definitely support Indiana. He's a fantastic streamer. Plays a lot of indie games. And Holdfast, which is a really cool indie game. It was hard. Yeah, it is a hard game. Barony is. Yeah, I was lurking for a bit. It looked like you guys were doing pretty good though. I didn't see any of the deaths. But yeah, thanks so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. You made it pretty far. Awesome. Glad to hear it. Got to the 3rd biome? Oh, wow. How many floors are in each biome? I didn't even know there were biomes. I mean, I was hoping there was, but... That's so cool. I'm gonna snooze the ad here. Snooze the ad. But yeah, thank you so much for the raid. If you've got things that you need to do after stream care, feel free, of course. If you want to hang out, you're always welcome to do that as well. But thank you again, I really appreciate it. And I hope that your stream was amazing. But yeah, for those of you who don't know Indiana Crones, I stream with Indiana pretty regularly. Usually 2 or 3 times a week, which is pretty fun. It was good. I'm gonna make some ramen and lurk. Well, enjoy your ramen, and thank you for the lurk. Appreciate that. Yeah, I've been screwing with Retro Spaceball tonight, fixing some bugs, some glaring issues. The bubble pistons broke. Figured it out. There was a spelling error or a capitalization error on one of the scripts that caused it to stop working. The audio playlist was cutting off. Somehow one of the tracks became corrupt and had 0 kilobytes of data, and that was causing the issue. I just replaced it with the new one and that started working. And then now we've got these mech bugs not respawning invisibly. And they had the function, it just wasn't being called. Oh no, just from that. Yup. But yeah, it's funny because I've been streaming for what, 3 hours now, and I only fixed 3 bugs. But sometimes that's the way it goes. You kind of have to like dig at it until you figure out the issue. And like I couldn't tell why it was fucking up, and then I was like, wait a second, the P is not capitalized on the script when it should be. And then it started working. And then I had to go in and fine-tune adjustments because they got lost, which took another, 30 minutes or so. But yeah, I was just thinking about how I could improve this enemy and use it more because it's only in this one part of the game. But yeah, it's an enemy that I made back in 2017, 2018. I think 2018 I made this enemy. So, like an 8-year-old enemy, older than some kids. And it's not very polished. But yeah, lots of polish is still needed for this. Like I was saying before, I would love to have the demo up for the Brick Breaker Fest, but that's like pretty soon. I think that's like next month. But yeah, let's add some more to the list on that enemy here. Explosion, not cool, and ugly. Generator doesn't crack. Dead enemy. I think that would help a lot. Giving it the sound effects, fixing the explosion, and making sure that the generator tracks when they're dead, so it keeps generating, rather than just going to 20 and stopping. If you start killing them again, put out some more. And honestly, 20 is a pretty conservative number. We could probably bump that up to 30 without any issues. Judging at how that went. Of course, systems with less GPU and stuff would have more issues. I did make some settings to turn off some of the effects that would help other systems deal with the physics, stuff like that. That way there's no frame rate loss and stuff like that. But yeah, I'm going to actually move this down. And then put a gap there and just so that way it's easier to see what's been done and what. In fact, we could even delete these bullets. Although for the ones that are two things, that's gonna look weird. So yeah, maybe we'll give them the bullet. Spending too much time. Sometimes it's good to be organized. All the time. Alright. I don't know, I'm kind of thinking 3 is good for the moment. I kind of want to do some testing in Doom. I want to make a switch and see if I can get it to work. But, like my own switch. I don't know. It shouldn't be too difficult. But I kind of want to do like my own thing, right? Because if we dig into the Doom stuff, just go here and Doom graphics. So this is all of Doom 2's graphics. So if we take a look at switch if I can find it. So here's a switch. Here's a switch. Right. Okay. Yeah. So there's definitely some switches that are just like switches, right? But there's also switches that are like the wall. Unless I'm losing my mind. Might be losing my mind. I swear there was switches that were attached to the wall. Alright, let's open up Doom Builder and get a closer look at what. I want to make sure that's it. So yeah, if we look at this switch, what did I just? Yeah, see how it has this texture? Like, and then if we were to like click on the back here, then we're looking at the Doom textures. See how the switch is like already on the wall? And yet, when we look at the actual file, it's not. So that's kind of weird. Let's look at the WAD in Splayed and see if we can figure out what's going on there. There's Slate. I don't know how to use it. Let's just open up. Well, let's open up mine. All right. So it's got map 1. Is that all that it has? Got my scripts. Alright, well let's... Alright, so this one is a modified of the whole WAD. So we switch this to graphics, go down to switches. Oh wait, I think this might be part of the switch. Maybe? Like either side of it? Oh no. So here's the switches, and you can see they're transparent too. So it like puts it on top of the texture on its own. What I'm wondering is if I added a new switch just like this, what would it do with it, right? So let's just export as a PNG and just fuck with it and see what happens. That's not ons no graphic and then edits. I'll just do R in front of it. Alright, so we got R switch 1 S0, which I'm not sure what the S is for. State 0. And then let's bring that into A-Sprite. Bingerengailma, how you doing? I'm doing good, thanks for asking. Just playing around with some Doom modding here. I was doing some Unity development on one of my games earlier, and now I'm just kind of switching gears. I'm still learning quite a bit about Doom modding. It's funny because I started modding Doom back in high school and just never really finished anything, never really completely learned anything. I just like, you know, tested a few things here and there and never really even, never put anything online, never showed anyone, never made any friends on Doom World or anything like that. But it was always kind of something that I thought was cool. And now it's just, you know, still in the back of my mind, like, hey, you never finished any Doom mods, like. And so now I'm learning a little bit of everything about it, a little bit of scripting. I really want to kind of make a standalone. Infinite Metal, hey, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. How is Crosscode going? And everyone should follow Infinite Metal if you haven't yet. Fantastic streamer. I was working on Retro Spaceball earlier, Infinite Metal. Now I'm playing around with the Doom mod. And I'm just testing something real quick here. Let's just make the switch blue. Why not, right? And then did I close Slade? No. Nice, Crosscode went fine. Beat the big dungeon and then lots of side quests. Cool. And that was the first dungeon of the game? It seems like a long game. Cause yeah, you've been playing it for quite a bit already. Vinge says, nice, nice. I know the feeling in regards to dabbling in something but not doing a lot of sharing. Trying to build stuff in Godot. Oh, cool. The first major dungeon, I guess, got the elemental stuff for it. Oh, very cool, very cool. Yeah, just so many side quests. Honestly, I love side quests, but like I tend to like just do side quests in games like that and not actually finish the game ever. Like Skyrim, I never fucking finished Skyrim. I've started like, I don't even know, at least 5 or 6 different saves on it and never finished any of them. That sound is for the ads on Twitch, so my apologies. I got raided earlier and snoozed the ads for that raid, so sorry for that if you're stuck in the ads. But yeah, Vinge, you're saying you're doing Godot stuff. I have not really done a whole lot in Godot. I use Godot to wrap my ROMs in with the executable, so that way I can sell them on Steam. But I've played many hours of everything else. Oh, you never got more than 2 major quests into an Elder Scrolls game. Right on, right on. Yeah, I really only got into Skyrim on Elder Scrolls. I watched someone play Oblivion for a little bit, and I had a copy of Morrowind for Xbox that someone left at my house, but I didn't really get a chance to play it before the Xbox bit the dust, and it was really outdated already. I'm pretty sure that's why they just left it at my house. And then yeah, I didn't play the remake of Oblivion, and I didn't play Daggerfall or the first one. Although honestly, Daggerfall looks interesting, although a lot of the reviews are like, eh, because, you know, things have changed a lot since. I guess this would be, or probably go with this one. My blue Switch. Played mostly Arena and Daggerfall. I did play Morrowind 2, but less fun to me. Interesting. Godot is great. I'm building a third-person action combat system. The node system is pretty useful for keeping track of your player and UI scripts. Interesting. Yeah, honestly, the node system kind of throws me for a loop because I'm used to Unity where everything's a game object. And like, I feel like nodes should just be game objects, but they're not, and it's really confusing to me. I haven't spent a lot of time in tutorials or anything like that. I'd like to know more about it, but it's one of those things where it's like I'm already fast in other engines, so like to like slow myself down to start something new, it just feels counterintuitive and difficult because I'm slow in it, right? I've been using Unity since 2013, so it's really hard to just switch to Godot. You'd think it would be easier. Everything online is like, oh, Godot is so easy to use, but like, if you're already like used to object-oriented, like, it's not that easy. Also, like, I feel like I would have trouble in areas that like Unity doesn't give me trouble, like 3D physics and stuff like that, like or like UI. I worry about Godot's UI system. Like, is it robust enough to handle like multi-resolution and stuff like that, or like animated buttons and all that stuff? Like a lot of that stuff that Unity took forever to figure out. You know, like when I started with Unity, UI was hell in Unity. And it had already been around for years at that point. But yeah, I have nothing against Godot. It's just that like it's really hard for me to learn. Infinite says, felt like they made the games more limited as the series went on in some ways, but I don't hate on the later ones. I was really trying to play through the series to play Skyrim and get into mods way back, but would just get lost having fun in the earlier ones. Right on. Yeah, I think from what I saw, Daggerfall was like too open in some respects, where there was like all of this space where there was nothing going on. And then Skyrim, it's like if you just walk in a direction, you're gonna run into something, which is pretty cool. But yeah, it's also like you kind of have to do certain things. I mean, there is a lot of options, a lot of choices, don't get me wrong, but like I don't know, there's every time I play it, and maybe it's just the personal thing, probably more of a personal thing. I think everyone probably kind of falls into their own play style whenever they play it, and it makes it hard to try a different play style if you gravitate towards one, right? Like archery it's hard not to do some archery in the game. The melee stuff, honestly, I didn't really care for it for a long time until I got the VR version, and then I was like, well, let's try some dual wielding, you know? But honestly, archery and magic is really cool in VR too. Vince says, I'm a newbie to game dev. I'm not saying you have to use Godot. I am, however, saying screw corporations. Oh yeah, no, I agree. But you know, everything is a corporation, and if it generates enough revenue, they all go to shit eventually. And like, I'm not saying like I'm a Unity fanboy or anything like that, but you know, when Unity started, it was small, right? It was one of the only engines for Mac, and it was only for Mac, and no one fucking knew about it. And everyone was using XNA, and XNA kind of formed into MonoDevelop, and MonoDevelop kind of formed into Unity, and eventually when XNA was deprecated, everyone just kind of migrated to MonoDevelop and then Unity. And of course at that point Unity went PC, and yeah, I mean the rest is kind of history, right? Everyone knows what happened with Unity, with their, you know, fumbling, and everyone kind of saw it coming, you know, like, or at least anyone who was like embedded, because they were making shit decisions before that, and the whole IPO thing was like a red flag, and it was just bound to happen sooner or later. Does it make the engine a bad engine? I don't think it does. I think that they make some bad corporate decisions, but fuck, so does all of them. So does every fucking major corporation, you know what I mean? Godot, I feel like they've been making some good decisions for sure, but I don't know enough about the engine to say that it's a great engine or anything like that. And honestly, every engine has its flaws, and they all take a lot of work. Making games is difficult no matter what. So use the tool that makes it easiest for you, I would say. But also, as someone who's starting out, you might realize that what you think is helpful now could be causing issues for you later. And that's just like a broad statement, not really a statement against Unity in the least. Like, for instance, when I started using Unity, they had something called Unity Script, which was like a JavaScript variant, and that's what I used to learn. And it's weird because in XNA I had been using C#, but I was like, oh, this JavaScript stuff, because I had done a little bit of Lua in between, and like I was like, oh, this is kind of like Lua, kind of, you know, easier than C#, like I'll just use this. and then they deprecated it, and I was like, well, shit. It was like having the rug pulled out from under me, and then I had to go back to C sharp. I was like, why didn't I just stick with C sharp? You know, those 2 or 3 years or whatever. But yeah, the industry just kind of does what it does, and sometimes we just have to keep up with it. Back in my day, we had RPG Maker disc for PlayStation 1. Yeah, I remember. I'm an old fart too. I'm gonna be 41 in a few days here. But yeah, Infinite, thank you so much for that raid. If you need to raid and run, I totally understand. I don't mean to keep you here talking. In that you just tell it a town you want to go to, and it'll tell you this takes 5 days, and it just does it instantly. I got you. Oh, in Dagger Falls. So it's pretty open like that, but excuse me. Also, you'll run into stuff. Daggerfall allows you to more or less quick travel or auto travel from the start, though. You just go to the town. It takes 5 days. The thing I love around towns, robbing houses, whenever you break into a house, it turns into a generated mini dungeon with different sizes, complexity prizes based on how large, rich the house appeared from the outside. Well, that's pretty cool. Honestly, I did a lot of that in Skyrim, where it's just like robbing people. But yeah, I did play with RPG Maker for a little bit in my early, like, what, 2010 or so, around that era, and I had trouble with it. You know, it's like anything else. Like, I was a struggling game dev. I'm an artist. Like, that's what I went to school for, was art. And I wanted to make games, but they didn't really have a whole lot of game design programs back then. There was like maybe 4 schools in the whole country that did that kind of stuff, and they were all very expensive. No one really knew about them unless you were in those circles already. Like what, Full Sail, Digipen, and a couple of other ones that I can't think of off the top of my head. But yeah, you know, they pack up and move across the country to where it's really expensive, and take some really expensive classes for a job that doesn't really exist yet. I mean, it did, but it wasn't like, the placement wasn't the same, you know. And well, I mean, shit, it's kind of shit now, so I don't know. Going to school for games is kind of a tough thing because there's just not a lot of money in games. There never really has been, you know. It hasn't gotten any easier since the democratization of the tools in the industry and stuff. So I have those new images now. Let's see what happens when I put them into Slade. So I should be able to just like fucking drag and drop them, I think. So maybe I have to import them. Let's see what happens if I drag and drop them. Did it put them in there? There's so many images. Alright, so there's R. To be RSW. And it's not.
Here is Sub-Zero! Now, Plane Zero!
Hello, Lizard, welcome back. Hope you're having fun. Vinny says, I've played with RPG Maker more than any other engine, but I never finished a full project in it. I feel like that's a common thing for people. Maybe not so much doing it more than any other engine, but not finishing stuff in it. I never played it on PlayStation, but I didn't finish anything on PC either. I remember learning triggers, and that's it. And feeling very limited, being a 3D major. I is sorry, just watching. LOL, got my headset on. No worries, no worries. Alright, let's see if we can import this. So we got import files, we got these two, We'll import them. Did it import them? I really don't know how to use this software. Wait, what is that? That's not it. There's RS and RW. It should be in between there. I think you have to like put it into its spot somehow. Oh, here they are. And it did import it the first time. So we can delete 2 of them. Alright, so now we've got that. And then we need to convert the graphic to this. So now we've got our switch, and then I don't know what we do. I guess we save it, and I don't think we need to. Wait, do we need to export it? That's entry. Build archive? I don't know. Let's see what happens when we go into Doom Builder now. Well, I don't know. We just find this here. I think we need to reload the WAD. It's so confusing. Unreal Engine is a pyramid scheme, and I can prove it with my $15 Patreon course. Yeah, well, Unreal is a little bit weird right now. Like, the whole thing about them deciding to deprecate blueprints for the Fortnite verse, they call it, the language they've been using for Fortnite, is kind of a weird move. To me, it almost seems like they're trying to make all of the Unreal developers into Fortnite content developers, which is a way of not paying for your biggest moneymaker, right? Like, how can we make more money? Well, what if we didn't have to pay to develop our biggest game? What if we just got all these other developers that are using our engine to do it for us? We'll just give them a small cut and they'll think that they're making money. It will be great. It just seems very Mr. Burns. But everything about Tim Sweeney is like very virtue signaling, like him saving trees and all this stuff. Like, I have nothing against the guy. It just seems very greedy. It's like the whole thing seems very greedy to me. But yeah, I mean, I guess when you're that rich, like, the only way to stay rich is to be greedy, maybe? I don't really know. I don't know. Anyone who's that rich is probably doing things somewhat immorally. I don't know how to change the WAD. Oh wait, this here, add WAD resources. So if I go to this one, does that update it? It looked like it updated. I don't know. I've never done a custom import, like adding to the textures that exist. I've only like exported over, like, and replaced like a asset swap. This. I'm not sure how to make a brand new switch. Kind of weird. So I guess it needs to be added to the texture lump blade, right? So we've got these. How do you get to the texture? I feel like there should be more of like a directory here. It's just like a big list of all the files. So it's not showing up in that. Still don't see it there. But yeah, on engines, we're talking, I think it's important to be kind of engine agnostic. I think you're gonna learn the most about game development in the general sense by using many engines. I'm not saying you have to use them all, and if there's ones you particularly don't like, don't force yourself to use them. But to like have a broad understanding of how game development works, checking out a whole bunch of different engines is actually really good. Oh, there they are. They're at the very end. So they're in there now. Maybe we can just save it. And then maybe reload it here. An engine that I've been using recently that I fucking love is GB Studio. Reload resource. And GB Studio is just really, really fantastic. If you like homebrew, if you want to make Game Boy games, it is the quickest, easiest way to do that, and you don't even need to use code. Well, it's still not here. Pretty sure this is the texture lump. What is this add patch? I have no idea. Oh, look at that. So it puts the switch on the wall separately using the patch. I don't want to do that. I mean, it would be helpful in some situations, but I just want it to be like this for now. There it is. My Switch is there now. Look at that. Well, that's cool. Let's put it in the game. We'll just add it to this wall here. And I don't know how many pixels. I think these are half a pixel. So, and we've got how many pixels? I think it's 24. Yeah, 24. So let's just make a line that's 24 pixels. And then we'll take our line def tool. You know what we'll do? We'll make that. That way we can frame it. Couldn't tell you, never mind, Doom. Well, I think I figured it out. It's actually fairly easy to do because it's been around for so long and the community has been huge, and the developers have always been really cool about making mod tools and being helpful to the scene, and then the scene just kind of took off and ran with it. Although I did read some sad news that id Software is essentially being shuttered. I mean, they're not closing down, they're keeping the doors open, but they fired half of their staff just the other day. That's like 95 people or something like that they fired. Almost all of the programmers and the people working on the engine gone. Right? They were working on a new version of the engine, done. They're definitely not making a new version of the engine. They had a team working on Quake Champions, I think, gone. The entire team gone. They're no longer working on that game. Doom was the new one. The medieval one is done, but they're planning on doing updates and patches and DLC, and they have half of the support that they had. So they might still be open, but they're dead in the water. There's no coming back from that. Microsoft just fucking halved the studio. That's fucking crazy to me. Crazy. Alright, so let's change this texture to this one. And let's go into this mode and we'll just take a look at it. Here's our new thing. So we'll just bring that down to about, and we can go in gravity mode. We'll put it right there. Oh, clear the selection. There we go, and then we'll fix these missing textures. We'll just put them the default. Anything owned by a corporation will turn this shit, which is why our government is so trash. Yeah, I assume you mean the US government. I mean, it essentially is run by the corporation. But yeah, I agree. Although I will say that just because something is a corporation doesn't mean it will turn to shit. I mean, I have my own corporation, right? There's a whole lot. I mean, all indies have their own corporations. So just because it's a corporation doesn't mean it's automatically shit. But yeah, conglomerates and that kind of shit, like, I don't know. Not all companies are shit. There are companies that care about their client or their customers, their clients. You know, they do exist. It's just rare in this world. Most companies that we think of as companies are too big to care about their employees even, right? But a lot of the people that make products that actually change the world are just, you know, single sole proprietor LLCs, or they started that way, or they have a very small team of people working with them that care about the product and the company and the ecosystem and all that stuff, right? The people or the companies that are absolute shit are the ones that are just taking and taking and taking and not giving a shit about anything, even their products, their customers, their employees, what they're doing to the environment. Like, and we're so immersed in that it seems like any corporation is the enemy, but that's not actually accurate. It just feels that way. Not all corporations are bad. The problem is mainly who's running. You give a sociopath infinite money, and you can guess what's going to happen to the forest on his oil reserve. Yeah, I mean 100%, right? But it's even worse than that, because you end up with what they call the corporate mastermind, right? Where you have, you know, a board, and they're all making decisions together that are not even good for themselves. They're good for the company and the company only. And a lot of times what that comes down to is it's good for the shareholders. And the board represents those shareholders. So they're not even in it for the company, the people that are working there. They're in it for the people who own stock in the company. And a lot of those people don't know anything about the products that are actually being sold, or the logistics, or the, you know, the shit that comes along with it, right? The layoffs, or like the cutting of the benefits, or just like, you know, how the environment's affected, or anything like that. It's all about the bottom line, you know? So yeah, I feel where you're coming from on that. Pretty sad. Alright, so we got the switch in there. Now we can make it actually activate, which is pretty cool. So if we go here, properties, we can give it an action of 80, which is script execute, and we'll do when player uses. And we'll make it repeatable. And it's not actually going to do anything, because I have nothing for it to do at this moment. But we can make it turn, we can make it change the texture. And I learned recently that you don't have to use numbers here, you can actually use strings. But since I started with numbers, I mean, like, might as well just keep going with it. And then if we go to like the very first one, here we go. Let's grab this. Then we'll grab this. Paste it there. So then we need to get the actual texture name. So RSW1S0. Oh, I need to go back to the script. RSW1S0. So RSW1S1 and then S0. And this should change. Oh, my controller's got a clipboard on it. Oh, I didn't set the script. Whoops. Alright, so that was script 34, was it? 34. So, script 34 is... Try that again. I don't think it'll make sound effects. Wait, why is it not? Not giving us the error, but it's not working. Oh, you know why? It's because it's setting the line. It should be the line depth needs to be adjusted here. So, I think we can actually just set this to 0. And 0 will affect the line that's like where it's calling the script from. So let's test it and see if that works. Otherwise, we'll just give it a new tag and that. Alright, yeah, that isn't working. Alright, so let's give it its own tag then. $156. So then we'll go here. This to 156. 6. Alright. And this should be... Alright, let's test it again. Hey, it worked! Look at that. Pretty cool. Custom switch. Adding the dodge roll as an equip item along with other dodge mechanics so the action system isn't just roly-poly souls. Right on. And this is a 3D player controller you're talking about? I'm impressed with my Switch. So the Switch doesn't do anything. Maybe it should open this room. Maybe it could open these. I have no idea. But it's cool that it's working. Make it play a sound. Of course the sounds are turned down super low. I don't know if I'm even hearing it. I don't think I am hearing. I don't think that works. Let's try that. Kinda guessing. You streaming YouTube too? Yep. Yeah, I always restream to YouTube. That didn't work either. Let's try this. Although that's not a thing. Try that. Nothing. I've never fucked with sounds. Know what I'm doing. Let's try that. Should play a Cyber Demon death sound. Hey, it worked that time. So now I need to figure out where the switch sound is. Alright, here's the sound. My guess is it's a SW. For now. The DPSW? What is this shit? These are like they're computer sounds. Like don't have a sound card. This stuff is so weird. Oh, it works when you double click it?
Shuffle.
Oh, now it's working. Wait, no, it's flipping. That's the sound I want. So I need the sound info file, figure out what it actually is called, I guess. No. I'm gonna copy that. Nothing. Says it's in there, but I don't fucking see. Wish there was a way to just search this. You call SNIN. It's not in there. I just don't know enough about using this software. Like, you'd think it would be a little bit easier. It's also really old. Script manager? Finch says, I also managed to get the hitbox set up directly within the blend file, so weapon attacks are really simple to animate the hitbox. There you go. I was lied to. said that it would be there, and then I asked it why it wasn't there, and it's like, oh, it's not there. Fucking hate that fucking AI shit. Damn, I was hoping the restream bot would give it to itself. No, because it puts the YouTube Vinge in front. And I'm not in this either. Alright, I found it on GitHub. Okay, I found what it's fucking. Alright, this should play two different Switch sounds. Not Liberty. I did it. Switch to nowhere. Well, now I at least know that it's possible to make custom switches. Not a very original switch. But yeah, the idea was to make something just to see if I could do it. Killed me. Looks sick, thank you. Yeah, this has just been the level that I've been fucking around with. And then the art I actually did a year or two ago. And I only did like the chainsaw and the pistol. Oh, there's the last one. Oh, no, one more. Down to 20 health. Oh, he got me. Player killed himself, I got myself. But yeah, it's a pretty challenging level. But recently I started playing these really fancy slaughter maps from one of the more well-known Doom modders. And kind of inspired, but also I kind of really don't like the design philosophies of the slaughter maps. If you're not familiar with that, that is where they basically just send hordes and hordes of enemies at you and you run around in circles and kill them, like thousands of enemies. And it's fun, but it's also like you die a lot, and you know, it's kind of like a Doom elitist kind of vibe that's developed over the years. And it's not very creative, really. I mean, don't get me wrong, the modder that I'm talking about, his artwork is fucking fantastic, and like his level design architecture is cool, but when it comes to like the game design part of the level design, it's like kinda cringe. Oh, there's more. There's these pinky that shouldn't have made them stealth. Then I just second guess myself. There's 10 of them, but I'm too lazy to count 10 bodies. Right, we'll just assume. Down to 6 health. Fuck. I've got no clue. I've modded a few games, but old Doom is not on that list. Right on. Yeah, I actually sometimes do professional modding. I've got this client that I've been doing stuff for over 5 years now, and every once in a while they send me another job, but it's been a lot of the same game, and it's not a very fun game, and it's kind of cringe content for kids. But hey, it pays, so like, you know, what are you gonna do? But yeah, that was The Baby in Yellow, which was an indie horror game for Unreal. And Unreal modding is a huge pain in the ass. Basically, restricted to just asset swapping with that particular game. But yeah, when they hired me, they tested me on Unity VR modding. And then they were like, oh, well, since you can do that, let's see what you can do in Unreal. And I was like, okay. Where's the bad guys? They're all dead? They're all dead. Down to 38 health. Fuck. Yeah. I'm just gonna cheat. So this is the room that I did most recently. Gotta put those guys there. Not Doom, lol. That guy at the end of the hall actually works kind of well, because you can't really see him until he's shooting at you. Oh, he killed me dead. I haven't really tested that map, or that part of the map. Oh, blocked right in. Danny Maniac with the raid! Hey, welcome in everybody. How's everyone doing? Last playing Family Man. How was your stream? What kind of games were you up to other than Family Man? And what kind of game is Family Man? Is it more indie horror stuff? Thank you so much for the raid. Those of you who don't know me, I'm Rick. I do a lot of game dev stuff, and right now I'm modding Doom. I was doing some Unity stuff for Retro Spaceball earlier. But yeah, thank you so much for the raid. If you need to raid and run, or if anyone needs to, feel free. I definitely appreciate you dropping in though. Played 2 duds and then that game. 2 duds? No, not duds. Guess they can't all be winners, right? Yeah, this is a Doom mod that I've been working on. And a lot of the textures are just kind of like this default texture. Oh, or broken entirely. But yeah, thanks so much for dropping in, everyone. Really appreciate it. Oh, I keep falling in the green goop. But yeah, recently I've been playing quite a bit of Doom and getting more and more into modding it. It's funny to me because I started modding it back in high school but never really amounted to anything, never really shared anything online, never finished anything. Just kind of always like daydreamed about it. Like, started learning the tools, started just screwing around with like some pixel art and stuff. Oh, hey, that guy killed me. One of them was poorly optimized, and one was a psychological horror game, but it was not the type of stuff I want to play. Hey, you know, I get that. To each their own, right? Some games aren't for everyone. It was very much based on family abuse, and I was like, nah. Yeah, I kind of get that way too around some of the more touchier subjects. It's like, do I really want to like go through that? Like, I get it from like a creative standpoint of like wanting to like express yourself, but yeah, like I'm not trying to play a game about depression. I'm not trying to play a game about abuse. You know, like. I've had that stuff in my life. I don't really don't want any more, you know? Like, not trying to relive any experiences like that. You played as a 15-year-old girl and her dad was hitting on her, and I was like, yeah, that's pretty messed up. And I'm sure there's you know, some like reason behind that, like with the dev, like, you know, I'm sure they're not just being gross for the sake of being gross, but yeah, it's like can't expect everyone else to fully understand or want to experience that. Oh, hitting her, not on her. Oh, well, that's bad too. Both of those are bad. Sorry, I read it too quickly. No, I'm safe. But I made a switch today. This blue switch. Normally it's green. I made it blue. It was a test. Doesn't do anything. That makes a sound and turns off. But I made it. I was going into it expecting Doki Doki stuff, and I was like, no thanks, not my type of horror. Yeah. I mean, it's a pretty broad genre, right? So you're probably gonna get a lot of variety and that kind of stuff. But yeah, this is my type of horror. And nowadays, it's not even really that scary compared to, like, you know, games that are actually scary. This is just more gory. But it was scary when I was like 8 years old. Hey, I cleared out that room. I rarely refund games, but every time I do, I find it funny. It wasn't fun as an option. I mean, it's a valid excuse though, right? Like, if you buy a game, it's supposed to be fun. That's just how it's supposed to be. Oh, look at this, it's not working. Interesting. Because I hit the switch first and then went the other way. Steam refund is pretty good. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of like kind of huff about it right now because there's this Twitter post that went viral multiple times from people retweeting it. This guy made a game that was less than 2 hours. You saw it, okay? Yeah. So I mean, like, I get why people are upset with that, but at the other end of the spectrum, it's like, just make the game longer than 2 hours. Is it really that hard to make a game that's longer than 2 hours? You know, like, because yes, if it's under 2 hours, you are kind of allowing people to run through it and say, I beat it under 2 hours. My reward is I don't have to pay for it. That's the mentality of many, I don't want to say kids, but yeah, kids and young adults, like immature folks do that. They think about it that way. They're like, oh, I beat it in under 2 hours, I don't have to pay for it. But I also heard that, like, if you like do that a lot, then Steam will reject your refunds, from what I understand. Like, you're only allowed to do it so many times a month or something like that. I don't know what the cutoff is exactly, but that's just what I heard. I've only refunded like one game before, and it was because I couldn't, it was for work, like for a client. They wanted me to mod it, and I bought it, and I needed a different version mod, so I was like, well, I can't use this, so refund it. But like the free version was moddable, so like I just played the free version. But yeah, that's the only time I've ever refunded anything on Steam. But if it was a game that I actually wanted to play, I wouldn't have refunded it. Oh, you know, I refunded another game. I refunded the Aliens Fire Team. I just didn't have fun with it. I think I clicked that it wasn't fun because it wasn't. It was just like you're like forced to play online with strangers, and like it just wasn't fun. Yeah, one of my friends got a message that he was doing it too often once, apparently. Jeez. Oh, you know what else I made in this that was pretty cool? I made this like weird room for after this. I'm gonna turn on God mode because they're gonna kill me. I haven't balanced any of this stuff, I just kind of threw it in there. This was all testing because I wanted to see what it was like to make these like different portals that take you to different rooms. So there's like 4 different rooms. Oh, I didn't do God mode. Fucked up. I thought I did God mode, but I did guns. But yeah, I did all this using Ultimate Doom Builder. This here, so these were those rooms, and there's like a 2 teleporters on either side that teleport you to the different rooms. It was actually kind of a pain in the ass to make. I refund games that are poorly optimized or just a touch on subjects I don't care to play. Yeah, that makes sense. And you know, when you buy as many games as you do, it makes sense that you would refund more, right? I don't really buy that many games, to be honest. Like, I bought a game today because it was like $2. Barony is actually pretty good. And I bought Mecha Chameleon, and that was actually really good. So yeah, I mean, I buy more than one game a month usually, but only because they're on sale. Like, it's rare that I buy a game that's more than $5. I just don't have that much money to throw around. If I did, I would buy more for sure. But yeah, I kind of want to show off this Doom mod that I've been playing. I need to download it on this computer though, because I was playing on a different computer. See if I can. I got this game that was killing my CPU, and I can't get it to not be shit. Oh, that's too bad. Yeah, even with Retro Spaceball, I was like, oh, there's an ad. Sorry if you're stuck in an ad. But even with Retro Spaceball, I kind of toned down, or I made sliders and shit, or not sliders. I made like options to turn off some of the effects. So this is the Slaughter Spectrum by Bridgeburner, I think is his name. Bridgeburner 56. It is the most beautiful Doom mod I've ever seen. Like I said earlier, the game design is not entirely amazing, but the architecture and some of the mechanics in the level are really cool. It's just, it doesn't play all that well. It's really hard to describe. It's what they call a slaughter map, or a quad of slaughter maps, right? So it's, oh, and I extracted it, but I wasn't supposed to, I forgot. So you copy it, and then you go to GZ Doom, and you paste it onto that, and then it runs it. But yeah, I'm gonna turn off my music because this has its own music. It's probably copywritten, but new game. And I played it on Hurt Me Plenty, but I got stuck at level 2. I kind of want to see what it's like on I'm Too Young to Die, to be honest, because it was so crazy. There's just so many enemies, and I wasn't expecting that because I didn't even know what a slaughter map was when I got this. So I was just not expecting hordes and hordes of enemies and like close encounters with multiple cyber demons with archviles, and like, yeah, like the whole thing was a little nuts for me. I ended up finally beating this level and the next level, but I got stuck at the 3rd level. So just gonna grab this shotgun here and ammo. Oh, I think the music is turned way down, isn't it? Let's go to option. We'll put it like right there. Right there. Yeah, so far this is much easier. But yeah, it does have really good music if you like metal. I was impressed with the music. They clearly hired people to make music for this. And it's a one-person mod, which is really impressive also. So the guy who did all the asset swaps for the art and the architecture, the map design, is all the same person. And any programming that went into it. He did actually change some of the enemies. Not by a ton. It's still very like kosher as far as like Doom standards go. Already taken down. So yeah, a lot of this is actually just trying to get the enemies to infight, which on this game mode, or on this difficulty, there isn't nearly as many enemies, so it's not as bad. But like on Hurt Me Plenty, I actually died during this part of the game. There was so many enemies. And I'm already getting hurt. Back from ads, welcome back. Yeah, sorry you were stuck in ads. But this is the Slaughter Spectrum by Bridgeburner65. It's a other than the music, one person worked on this. And I put it on easy mode because hard mode was fucking way too fucking hard. And I wanted to see what easy mode was like. I couldn't beat level 3 on hard mode. Or on like normal, I guess you would call it. Got the super shotgun. There's actually a secret. I guess the easiest way to get it is down here. I actually found that on my own. But yeah, this is easy mode, and hard mode is just like crazy hard. But I think if you make a game, you should aim for like 4 hours of gameplay. Don't want assholes refunding it after beating it. Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna charge money for it, it should be, you know, I don't know. I mean, at least go for over 2 hours, right? Make it so even if someone's like, you know, really good at it and just runs through it, that it takes, you know, just over 2 hours at least, right? I mean, because I mean, maybe it's only like $1 or something like that. Like, it doesn't have to be a fucking, you know, expedition. But I mean, if you're trying to make money off of it, you should make sure that people don't refund it just because they can. Like, if they like the game, then they shouldn't refund it, right? But because of that whole like threshold, people take advantage and they think that that's like normal and okay. So this is like the first slaughter part of the map, really, now that it's on, well, because it's on easy mode. Because that last first one wasn't very slaughtery. Although honestly, this one's not so bad either. But yeah, look, they're unleashing a bunch of the reverends here. And the Hell Knights on the other side. But there's an invincibility here, which wasn't there on hard mode, so that makes it a little bit easier. But yeah, just a really cool like level. All of the lighting effects and stuff. Like, look at this shit. That's so cool looking, right? So I was actually watching this modder's tutorials, and he was showing off this level, and that's what made me want to download it. But he's also got a game on Steam that uses the engine. That it's got a demo. It's not done yet, and I guess he didn't really work on it much in 2025, but he is still working on it. And I downloaded it, and it's not great. It's very much slaughter map based, and the weapons are like, I don't know, a little bit like original for being a Doom engine. But it's still not like a good game design. But you can tell that he's like really only knows Doom people, like as far as like testing games, like probably only tested it with Doom people. Nightmare. What, you want me to play on Nightmare difficulty, Lottie? Is that what you're trying to say? Is that what you've been playing on? And this asshole. Lottie's been playing Doom. He's a natural. Now I can go back and get that Ultra or Mega Sphere or whatever. Not at all. What do you mean not at all? I know you've been playing. So this is where it fucked me up the first time. I played this part of the map and I was like, what the fuck is this guy's problem? Like, make it so cool looking and then make it this difficult? Like, come on. So we'll see how difficult this is. I mean, I've already got full whatever, but yeah, there is a Cyber Demon still. And he still teleports. Oh, he wailed on me. Twice. Oh, I'm about to die. So it's still difficult, even on easy mode. Fuck. But yeah, if I was on hard mode, I would have died a lot sooner. And I didn't save because, you know, I thought I'd have it. But save scumming is like the only way you can beat this type of map unless you've already, you know, played it and you're fucking good at it. But yeah, really awesome level design and like color choices and all that stuff. It's like all around really cool. And I kind of want to cheat. So now I've got all the guns, flipping mode, and God mode. And I can't seem to get through this. Gotta rocket jump my way across. Can barely do easy mode. Well, we weren't playing on easy mode, Body. You and I, we were playing on, like, I think it was Hurt Me Plenty, which is like the normal difficulty. But on these ones, these slaughter maps, they make it, they make Hurt Me Plenty more difficult than it should be because they make these maps for people that are like already really good at the game. So I didn't trigger the Cyber Demon there because I have flipping mode on. But yeah, I'm just like running through the level really quickly so you can see it, because otherwise I just have to keep save scumming and dying. But mostly I'm interested in the architecture and like the switches and like, you know, some of the ambushes. But, you know, why do they have to be so insanely difficult that only pros can fucking play them, you know what I mean? Like, even on easy mode, like, it's like a lot of these Doom map makers, they want people to like recognize how good they are because they made it so difficult. Like, you have to be really good at it because it's just kind of nuts. You're actually watching now? Well, welcome back. So this part's a little weird because it's like, first of all, you need flipping mode off, right? So turn it off, but then you go in here and then it just, yeah, it like kind of, it like slowly warps you, which is kind of cool. But then like as soon as you walk through there, like all this stuff just like pops because you're now in a different part of the map. I guess it's supposed to try to like freak you out, and then like, oh, there's bad guys. But shit gets pretty wild here. Like, I'm cheating, so, you know. But the bad guys on hard difficulty, they just keep fucking coming. But it's really cool looking, you know? Like, take a look at this on the ceiling. That's all made in Doom Engine. You like to watch me run into the same room 4 times or fall in the lava 8 times. Hey, we had fun playing Doom. Like, look at this shit. They just fucking... Now that I'm cheating, I wish it was on, like, the harder difficulty. Just to show you how many fucking enemies pop out at once. Because this is nothing compared to that. You're cheating? Yeah, no, I'm definitely cheating right now. Because I died earlier on that Cyber Demon. And I was like, well, I don't really want to play the whole level again, but I want to show everyone how cool this shit looks. Cause look how fucking cool this shit looks. And like every aspect of it's pretty cool. Not all of it's completely custom, but some of it is. I run out of bullets? Oh, well. Yeah, it took me hours to beat this level. Like, as far as like time that was recorded, it was only like 45 minutes. But as far as like me dying and starting over, like from a save point, it was literally like 3 or 4 hours just to beat this level. Because like every single like arena like this, where they just like throw you in with a bunch of guys, like I would die at least like 5 times. Hit how dark it is. Yeah, honestly, when I was playing, I changed the graphics settings. Display options, because you can change the gamma correction on it. I had it like at fucking like 2. Maybe it wasn't 2. It was like 1.5 maybe. Yeah, I had it like this because I couldn't see the fucking enemies. Like, it looks cool dark, but like if you're trying to fucking play, like, and you can't see the fucking cyber demon as it's shooting you, you know? There's only one cyber demon. There's 2 in hard mode. And these guys on hard mode, yeah, okay, they still come back from the dead. Or they teleport in a new one as soon as that other one dies. Which is kind of an interesting mechanic, but it doesn't feel good when you're playing. You're like, oh, I killed him, and then another one just like pops up. Looks cool, but playing it, no thanks. Yeah, that's kind of why I'm cheating at the moment, because like I'm not gonna sit here and just die over and over again on stream. Like, I did that for like a whole day to get to level 3, and then I couldn't beat level 3. And I still want to see what the rest of the game looks like, right? Because it looks fucking cool. So this thing bothered me. You literally have to use the BFG, and you have to like you have to get like right next to these guys on hard mode to fucking kill them with it. And if you don't do it fast enough, they just fucking wail on you with this fire shit. And you're like one hit with the fire on hard mode. Like, that would have killed me. I would have been dead. And you can like hide behind these. Like, if they don't have line of sight, then they can't do the fire on you. But when there's like fucking 8 of them, and they're like spawning 2 at once, yeah, because like right now there wasn't nearly as many. Something bothered you? Oh yeah, no, it bothered me. I was like looking it up online, like that's when I started looking at walkthroughs, because it was just like, what the fuck. But this is where shit got fucking wild. So even on easy mode, there's multiple cyber demons here. But the trick of this is to run around in circles and let them infight. See how they're fighting each other? You just gotta be like running around in circles. Get the mega armor or the mega sphere, like if you need it, and then run around in circles some more. Try not to get stuck on walls and shit. Try not to get hit by a rocket when you're running in circles. And get them to fight each other. Every once in a while, throw a BFG in there. Especially with the arch vials, because they bring fucking enemies back to life. I'm shocked, maybe because I'm always losing, you don't get the chance. Well, like, the regular Doom maps, like, aren't fucking crazy, you know? I mean, they're pretty normal. Like, the Sigil ones are a little bit crazy, I'll admit on that. But, like, the Doom 1 and Doom 2, the maps are pretty normal. They're pretty chill, really. But the modding community really fucking went fucking crazy. Within the first couple years, they started making these spotter maps. And the people who like still played the game years later, like that's what they were doing, you know, playing these excessively hard maps, making video footage of them getting 100% of the kills, and you know, it's just kind of an elitist kind of mentality, which I don't know, to me it kind of spoils the game a little bit, right? To think that like the only way you can play it or design for it is to have like hordes and hordes of enemies coming at you constantly until you're fucking dead, and you have to restart over and over until you memorize every little thing, and like the design isn't even fun, it's just frustrating, but you really want to beat it, so you keep going, like, and then you're like try to show people how good you are because you beat a really hard game design. Like, I don't know, that doesn't, like, as a traditional game developer, like that doesn't jive. If you make something from scratch that doesn't have a community around it and people don't have fun playing it, then it makes you want to make something that's fun to play. But if you are modding for a community that already has a built-up community of people who are already elitist, you know, metalhead, like gore snobs, basically, like, yeah, you're gonna be like, oh, this is what they're doing, this is cool, this is fun, and people are gonna be like, oh, I liked how hard it was, you know, like that was crazy, to make it even more crazy, like this fucking, like, almost like dubstep kind of fucking mentality. Like, oh, that song made me want to fucking smash my head against concrete, make it heavier, you know, like, that's just not how normal game design is. Normal game design is like, oh, well, I played it, or I had a, you know, an 11-year-old play it and they didn't have any fun, so now I'm reworking the design. Like, that's what normal game design is. Like, oh, I gave it to my grandma and she couldn't figure out this part, so now I'm like fixing it. Like, that's normal game design. Like, trying to get as wide of an audience to play it as possible. But this is like, oh, you've never played a slaughter map before, so I'm not even gonna listen to your feedback. That's what this is. I don't think I noticed these eyeballs before. It sure is hard to get from one side to the other. Yeah. I think there's like a always run setting. Need to do the old search option search. I can barely hear you. Probably my phone. Oh, sorry. Is it that the music's too loud, or is it that I'm too quiet? It's yes. Well, which is it? Do you want me to turn down the game audio? Would that help? Music's blaring. Oh, it is a little loud, isn't it? How's that? Is that better? Alright, always run on. That's better. I still can't reach it in time. Get out of here. Fucking everything up. I got it that time. Oh, and then there's more? Jeez. This is fucking difficult. Like, even the secrets are difficult. Like, Does it really need to be this difficult? Like I saw the skull, like just let me fucking get the secret now. Even the secrets I have to try over and over and over again. Oh, I missed the last one. Now I want to see what this does. I did it. A secret is... Oh, it's just a fucking supercharge. All of that for just a supercharge. Imagine doing that with all of the bad guys around. But yeah, that was the whole level. And I didn't even get all the kills because I ran past those ones at the beginning. And then this one's cool too. But I kind of want to just cheat and get to the end because the end is the coolest part. Like the build up is fun. Don't get me wrong. Like if you're playing like the game like normal, it's still fun. But the fucking ending is where it's at. I'm just gonna cheat to get past all this shit. I think it's this way. Oh shit. What was that? Is it not letting me cheat? That's so weird. Get out of here. I need to cheat. Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to get to the end. Cause I mean, this stuff's all cool and stuff, but like, the end is fucking crazy. So it like teleports you here, and you're like, oh shit. It's like, well, I hope you saved right before that, because if you don't have the BFG out, you're fucked. I didn't show you the cheats. The cheats are common knowledge at this point, Lottie. They're probably some of the most remembered cheats of all time. Ouch. I'm surprised you didn't know the cheats from when you were younger. This arena is pretty cool, but I don't. Oh, I think honestly, I think to skip it, you go this way. Yeah, you gotta go to this area over here. Oh, and of course, It doesn't want me skipping it. It keeps like throwing me in locations for using the flipping mode. Did it just do it again? Oh yeah, because that happens. No. You're like, what is this? What is going on here? It's just a way to get more enemies on the screen. So this shit's weird, right? Because you walk through there, it doesn't actually put you in the wall like that, but it does because the way the level design is. There's actually this like sector that warps you. You can get right on top of it. Oh, now I'm stuck in the wall. That didn't work. Anyways, if you go out the wall, oh, fuck, where the fuck am I now? Look at this shit. Look at all these fuckers. And this shit, you gotta go in circles. Fucking kill these guys. I'm already fucking out of ammo. And then there's a fucking Archvile. These guys are probably the toughest guy in the game because they can one-shot you if they have direct line of sight, and they bring back other guys to life. They don't have nearly as much health as a Cyber Demon or a Spider Mastermind, but if there's more than one of them and you're in like a room where you can't get away from them, they'll fucking kill you. But if you get really close and hit them with the BFG, they're only one shot. But yeah, this shit, these two Cyber Demons come out. And then this shit's actually really wicked, right? You walk in here and you're like, what's going on in here? It's one of these fucking weird teleport rooms. And if you just run in circles, it kind of like brings everyone into this room. And sometimes the Cyber Demon gets stuck, which kind of makes it easy. Because then the bad guys can't walk through because there's a Cyber Demon in the way. And you can still attack them. But they can't attack you because the Cyber Demon's in the way. You barely played? Well, you should have played more. Yeah, I was obsessed with Doom when I was a kid, but also Duke Nukem. When everyone else like moved on to Counter-Strike, I didn't even play Counter-Strike. I just played more Doom. Duke Nukem. Homo, are you tired? A little bit. I'm out of water. That's why my voice sounds dry. Are you gonna tell me to go to bed? I know how much you love to do that. You can tell that I'm tired. Not really trying to hide it or anything. It is 3 a.m. But yeah, if you like walk out here, it's like weird. Walk around these pillars, right? But yeah, this wall like goes away, I think at some like locks you in. Also, I didn't kill like a lot of the bad guys, I just ran through. This is the exit, but you have to like take down this wall first by killing all the fucking bad guys. Actually, I don't know what triggers that. Just gonna cheat. Oh, and it doesn't want you to clip. So where dragons dwell, this is the one that I couldn't beat. I got really far. I got really close to the end. I could see the exit sign, but I couldn't beat it. But yeah, I'm cheating, so make it a little bit easier here. Go straight to the end. So this is the last room. These massive doors open. And this is on easy mode, like look at all these fucking enemies. And then the whole point of these maps is to run around in circles, which, I don't know, it's kind of boring, but it's kind of fun at the same time. The lava doesn't hurt you in this level, which is nice. But you just deal with wave after wave of these hordes, right? Hit the button, more hordes come. Hit this button, more hordes come. Now we've got 4 cyber demons. You hit this button, you get more hordes. Then the stairs come down. And there's spiders. And before long, you get a couple or 4 more cyber demons and archviles. There's another cyber demon. Look at all these fucking guys. There's the archvile. 2 of them. But there was like 4 of them on hard mode. Oh, maybe there's 3 of them. But yeah, there's like 4 or 5 on hard mode. But yeah, after a while, this opens up and you can drop down there. And then all these other bad guys spawn on top of this area. Then I honestly don't know how you exit at this point. It says exit, so it's gotta be near here. Oh, you know what you gotta do? You gotta hit these switches up here. That's what you gotta do. And yeah, I couldn't get this far. That's the end of that level. How many mobs do you want? Yes. Pretty much. And that's on easy. Like, I was playing on Hurt Me Plenty and I couldn't beat that level. I didn't get to see this one. This is the whole reason why I'm playing cheating, is to see what's after this. And it's a fucking twisted maze. Some fucking Lost Woods shit going on here. I don't know how I feel about the colors. Kind of miss them. Back at the bottom. I don't want to see what the map looks like. That's a trip. So it is like a Lost Woods maze. I literally only made it by looking at the map. Like, I would have gotten lost and upset. You can kind of see it snap if you're turned around. But yeah, if you make a mistake, it just sends you back. Pretty trippy. I never look at the map, it's ridiculous. Yeah. Well, in this one, it's a little bit better to look at, but not a whole lot. Honestly, don't like the colors of Easy Doom. Look at this, it's even more of this trippy shit. You basically need the map. What did I pick up? Oh, I found a door. Oh, I found where we were supposed to go. Oh, cool. That's so weird. Just like pops you out the other side. So there's actually like 4 different like spoke rooms or 4 different hubs. I guess you gotta kill them all before you can move on. Oh, there's a door here. Is this? Oh, that's the door that I went through before. Oh, look at this. There's like a opening in the middle. That's really weird. How the hell did I get here? And there's no way back once you're here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this would be fucking impossible. Like, cool level ideas, but like, why do they have to be impossible? You know? Doesn't make much sense to me. All monitors in the maze, yeah. Never look at the map, it's ridiculous. Oh, I read that. You can see yourself. You see the bullet just pass me by. Make it just right. Pretty trippy. Yeah. That's too weird. Pretty much impossible without the map, I think. Yeah, I was just running through like this. What happens if you go around the backside? Oh. Oh, there's a switch in the middle the whole time. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 demons. I don't like how the enemies have no color. I don't know, it's a little bit interesting, but it's also kind of boring. Just silhouettes. I think there's a lot of ammo. Welcome back from the ads. Oh, and that was the whole thing. On to the next. Okay. It took away my my guns. Oh, that was the end of it? So there's only the 4 levels. Thought it was gonna be more. So I actually beat most of it. But yeah, that last level would have been pretty tough. Anyways, it is not 9:22 p.m. Why is that clock say 9:22? What is wrong with that? What? How does that happen? How did that clock get so off? Anyways, it is 3:22. So it's about time for me to. But it was a fun stream. I got some really awesome raids tonight. Infinite Metal and the Indie Maniac and Indiana Crones all rated me. Very cool people, each and every one of them. Definitely go check those people out if you don't know them. And yeah, thanks for hanging out while I was fucking around and played and Doom Builder and Unity. GG's, dude. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. It was nice meeting you, Vinge. Hope to see you around. And till next time, let me find someone to raid on Twitch here. See what Palma's up to. I think Palma's doing pixel art. Oh, they're on a break, right? See what Cisco the Vile is up. It looks like they're making pixel art. Yep. Like level art. Yeah, we haven't raided Cisco the Vile in a while. Let's raid Cisco the Vile. They do Game Boy Color art, and yeah, just really cool little community over there. But thanks again, everyone. The raid is set up. Oh, that's not how I do that. There we go. There's a raid message. Want to copy and paste that while we head over to Cisco the Vile. Until next time, everyone. Appreciate you all. Take care. And hit the button. Bye.
Oh my gosh, Rico clone. Thanks for the raid.